You sniffed. Wow. Realistically, I should probably just skip the auditing. He didn't even say that we were going to talk about the next chapter last class. Gosh dang. How long is it? Please don't. Oh, what if it had an audio reading of it instead of me having to read it out loud? Maybe, but it's too. The voice that reads it is way too robotic. Like, I have an AI on my phone that talks in a much more tolerable voice to listen to than this. What they usually have on here. Like, come on, you could easily install that on this. That was funny. How many pages? Oh, come on. Dude. Okay, it's not the 30-page chapter, but it's still 17 pages. That's way longer than the first two chapters. Okay, let's see how many it actually is, though. So we have 15. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. There's a bunch of tables here. Wait a minute. Wait just a second. It's only 5 pages. Most of the pages are the questions. Are you kidding? Oh my goodness, dude. It's only 5 pages. Never mind. It's not even 5 pages. Okay. I wonder if they're all going to be this easy. Even though it's literally less than half. 5 divided 17. Only 29% of the chapter is actual reading, and most of it is just questions. Okay, well then. So I still feel like listening to it, so I don't see one anywhere. Never mind. Please, you're gonna suck, aren't you? You're gonna suck. I can't even hear it.
3 audit risk and analytical procedures. On June 28, 2012,
Richard Abernethy, managing partner of Abernethy and Chapman, met with the firm's 3-member engagement review committee to discuss the Lakeside Company audit.
Oh, dude, come on. They have such better AI now. Why would you have to use that one from 20 years ago? Like, seriously? I mean, eventually it's going to start sounding so good that we won't even need human narrators. That was funny. Can I increase the size of the text even more? What? Really? What size is it on? It doesn't even show the one that it's on currently. Oh, that's too big. It's on the smallest one. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Wait a minute. Isn't this bigger than what I had before? Okay. Well, audit risk and analytical procedures. On June 28, 2012, Richard Abernethy, managing partner of Abernethy and Chapman, met with the firm's 3-member engagement review committee to discuss the Lakeside Company audit. He believes that issue of Lakeside's public offering can be considered as a separate issue from the client acceptance. Although Abernethy admits that the job has some problems, he strongly recommends seeking Lakeside as an audit client. He describes Lakeside as an established Richmond company with an almost unlimited growth potential through the distributorship side of its business. Furthermore, he believes that the engagement offers an excellent opportunity for Abernethy and Chapman to gain entry into a new audit area, consumer electronics. If the public offering goes forward, Abernethy and Chapman can choose to be registered or can arrange for an orderly transfer to another CPA firm. At that time, Abernethy indicated that he had talked with King and Company, the predecessor auditors. Abernethy not only described the controversy that had arisen over the auditor's 2011 unqualified opinion, but also said that King and Company appeared to have no reservations about the integrity of Lakeside's management. Okay, no reservations about the integrity of Lakeside's management. In addition, if retained, Abernethy and Chapman would be allowed to review the prior year's audit documentation. Wallace Andrews, an audit manager with Abernethy and Chapman, then described to the committee his visit to the Lakeside Company headquarters. He found many elements of the company's accounting system to be more appropriate to a smaller business, but still judged that the financial records were capable of being audited. After reviewing all of the pertinent information, the review committee unanimously recommended that the firm accept this engagement. Consequently, Abernethy met with Benjamin Rogers, president of Lakeside, during the subsequent week, and a final oral agreement was reached. At this meeting, Abernethy presented Rogers with a report that highlights the impact of the public offering on Lakeside. On the audit fees, on Abernethy and Chapman, and on the accounting and control issues that would likely develop. Roger Nesters was not put off by the potential problems and seemed to appreciate that Abernethy was trying to help him make this difficult decision. Rogers has agreed to consider this additional information and consult with Abernethy as he makes the final decision to go public. He will be seeking alternative financing in the short term so that his expansion plans can continue. Several days later, Abernethy forwarded 2 copies of an engagement letter to Rogers. Why would you forward 2 copies? I mean, what does that even mean? Are they faxing it? Because you don't need copies when it's electronically sent. Oh, geez. So it must have been a physical engagement letter to Rogers, who signed 1 copy and returned it to the CPA firm. Rogers also contacted the previous auditors, King and Company, and gave them formal permission to show the Lakeside audit documentation to Abernethy and Chapman. Three members of the organization were assigned to the engagement team and began to plan the audit. The members of the team included Dan Klein, partner, Wallace Andrews, manager, and Carol Mitchell, senior auditor. In addition, several staff members were available to assist this group whenever necessary. There was also a consulting partner, Bob Zimmerman, assigned. Although each of these auditors was involved in completing other engagements, a number of preliminary audit procedures were started during the months that followed. As the partner, Klein was responsible for the final review of all audit documentation produced during the late-side examination to acquire the industry expertise needed to evaluate the client's financial reporting. He set out to learn as much as possible about the selling and distribution of consumer electronics. Dan Klein convened an audit planning session to discuss audit risk and the materiality level. All potential members of the team were present and participated in the brainstorming session. The team reviewed the fraud risk factors or potential problem areas that were previously determined by the firm. See case 1. Really? I don't even know what they're talking about. An independent auditor provides reasonable, not absolute assurance, therefore risk is not entirely eliminated for the Lakeside engagement overall and for each separate account or group of accounts. Abernethy and Chapman confronts an amount of risk called acceptable audit risk. Acceptable audit risk is a measure of how willing the auditor is to accept that the financial statements may be materially misstated even after the audit is completed and an unqualified, clean opinion is given. If the firm desires a low amount of risk, then they have to be more certain that the financial statements are not materially misstated. For example, if the AAR is 10%, then the auditor has to be 90% confident that the financial statements are fairly stated, and if the AAR is 5%, then the auditor has to be 95% confident. Thus, there is an inverse relationship between the acceptable audit risk and the firm's confidence in the fair presentation of the financial statements. There are 3 components to AAR: inherent risk, control risk, and planned detection risk. Inherent risk is a measure of the susceptibility of material misstatement before considering the effectiveness of the internal control. The evaluation of inherent risk is based upon the nature of the client's business and the susceptibility to misstatement in particular accounts, for example, due to the possibility of theft. And the large number of transactions affecting the account cash is normally considered to have a higher level of inherent risk than prepaid expenses. The auditor does not affect inherent risk, rather he or she seeks to assess the level within the client. Auditors evaluate these risks for the engagement as a whole and for each account and or accounting cycle. The risks are typically stated either in qualitative terms, such as high, moderate, or low risk, or in quantitative terms. Control risk is a measure of the firm's assessment of the likelihood that a material misstatement will not be prevented or detected by the client's internal control. The evaluation of control risk is based upon the effectiveness of Lakeside's internal control. For example, if the engagement team concludes that Lakeside's internal control is poor, then control risk will be set at the maximum level, like inherent risk. The auditor does not affect control risk, rather he or she seeks to assess the level within the client. Planned detection risk is a measure of the firm's assessment of the likelihood that material misstatements that go undetected by the client's internal control will also go undetected by the firm's own audit procedures. The acceptable level of planned detection risk for an audit is inversely related to the firm's assessment of inherent risk and control risk. If the inherent risk and control risk are judged to be high for a particular account or company as a whole, then the acceptable level of planned detection risk is low. With planned detection risk at a low level, the auditor must plan to do more or a higher quality of substantive testing. In the planning stage of the audit, Andrews began to assess inherent risk. By gaining an in-depth knowledge of Lakeside, he reviewed the audit documentation of the predecessor auditor and spent a number of days at Lakeside's headquarters studying various aspects of the business while also talking with key employees. In addition, he toured 3 of the retail stores. And at another time questioned 2 of the regional sales representatives about the organization of the company's distributorship business. Mitchell, the senior auditor, is in charge of making a preliminary assessment of control risk in the initial period of engagement. He and staff auditor Art Heyman are evaluating the 5 components of internal control. Based on the assessments of inherent and control risks, Mitchell will determine the acceptable level of planned detection risk, which will allow her to recommend substantive auditing procedures for the Lakeside engagement. These substantive procedures will be capable, according to her judgment, of generating the sufficient competent evidence needed to render a decision as to the fair presentation of the financial statements. However, before Mitchell's program is put into action, a review by both Klein and Andrews will be required. In most audits, the partner and manager are likely to feel that additional testing is needed in certain audit areas, whereas less evidence may be adequate in others. The partners of Abernethy and Chapman stress that risk levels must be constantly monitored throughout an engagement. Hence, before the final audit program is prepared, a thorough investigation is made to identify all critical audit areas within the client's financial records. A critical area is defined by the firm as any account balance, any procedure within a system, or any potential problem where either the materiality or the risk of material misstatement is so great as to threaten the fairness of the reported data. Although Mitchell understands that the determination of critical areas will influence the specific testing procedures to be included within the audit program, she also realizes that her firm has submitted a relatively low bid to get this engagement. Thus, she is aware that wasted time has to be avoided in order to complete the examination within the budgeted time period. By pinpointing any critical areas, Mitchell hopes to maximize audit efficiency. No, just barely, page 19. One of the principal techniques used One of the principal techniques used during the assessment of inherent risk and to identify critical audit areas is called analytical procedures. Analytical procedures are considered so important that they are required to be performed during the initial planning stage and again at the final stage of the audit. According to auditing standards, the objective of analytical procedures is to identify such things as the existence of unusual transactions and events and amounts, ratios, and trends that might indicate matters that have financial statement and audit planning ramifications. Analytical procedures do not necessarily indicate that a balance is correctly or incorrectly reported. However, if a recorded amount differs significantly from the expectation, additional investigation is warranted. There are 5 types of analytical procedures. Those that compare the client's data with industry data, such as industry average financial ratios. Compare the client's data with similar prior period data, such as account balances in the previous year. Compare the client's data with client-determined expected results, such as budgeted amounts. Compare the client's data with expected results using non-financial information, such as square footage and shelf space in a warehouse to estimate maximum inventory quantities, and compare the client's data with auditor-determined expected results, such as estimates from historical trends and accounts for financial ratio. One of the most commonly applied analytical review procedures is called go back there. One of the most commonly applied analytical review procedures is called financial ratio analysis. Using this method allows an auditor to identify relationships among accounts that help to measure a company's liquidity, solvency, and profitability. A summary of some type of typical financial ratios is included in Exhibit. An auditor can use these ratios to identify trends from prior periods or to compare with other companies in the same industry. Exhibit includes average ratios of companies in Lakeside's industry, consumer electronics. I'm not even looking at them. Whoopsie daisies. I wonder if those are all at the end. Probably. So, Mitchell visited the Lakeside headquarters on October 17th, 2012. Is this a real life case? It's funny how I don't even know that so far. I've kind of been assuming it was real life. It actually is something that existed. It happened. Mitchell visited the Lakeside headquarters on October 17th, 2012. To begin performing analytical procedures on that company's financial information for the first 9 months of the current year. Prior to this date, she had carefully reviewed the Lakeside financial statements for the past two years. She also studied industry data. Why didn't you perform any procedure? Oh, I guess it's because it's not on those years. Financials. She also studied industry data developed for her by the audit partner, Dan Klein. When Mitchell arrived, okay, this is the last page, come on. Oh, good, last paragraph as well. Oh, man. It's just such a long paragraph, it doesn't even fit on the page. Or does it? I don't know how to get rid of these top and bottom bars. No, it won't. When Mitchell arrived at the client's headquarters, she obtained from the controller's office a trial balance for the first 9 months of the current and previous years. What? What do you mean the first 9 months of... Oh, never mind, I'm dumb. Ooh. Before beginning her analysis, she discussed the general ledger and trial balance procedures with Mark Hayes, the controller for Lakeside. He indicated that a trial balance is prepared every 2 weeks to provide company officials with current data. Copies of this trial balance are distributed to Mr. Rogers, Mr. Miller, Ms. Howell, Mr. Davis, and Mr. Thomas for their review. All ledger entries, except for inventory and cost of goods sold, come from a weekly posting of the company's journals. The various inventory figures are generated from a weekly summary sheet provided by the computer center that maintains Lakeside's perpetual inventory records. At the end of each quarter, estimated figures for depreciation and bonuses are included to present a more realistic net income figure for the period. Income taxes are also estimated by Hayes and paid quarterly to the government. In addition, to promote comparability, in evaluating the stores, a monthly rental charge is included for store 6. A monthly rental charge is included for store 6. This figure, which is based on square footage and store location, is eliminated prior to preparation of external financial statements. However, company management believes that this expense is necessary. The heck, they literally make up a fake rental charge that doesn't even exist. Why would you do that? I mean, what? I guess it makes sense, but so that should be an internally generated figure that's not used in the financial statements at all. Let's see. Okay, well, I guess I get it. It's funny. Well, we're done. That didn't take very long. Oh, come on. It took almost 30 minutes. That took forever. Oh, no. Oh, no! Let's see if he posted this stuff. He better have posted all of it. Thank goodness. Let's look at the solution for this. Oh, man. Man, what? He did it in portrait mode, it seems. Which means, oh my gosh, why is it such a giant sheet of paper? No, this is not, I'm an idiot. This is just an Excel sheet that, well, sorry. Well, part of the problem, oh my gosh, dude. There's literally 13 journal entries for this. Just for this problem. And that's not even the whole thing. And then you have to make this, you have to look at this chart and also, can I stop getting these stupid notifications? Jeez, these are useless. Uh-oh. Google Play. Yep, I'm completely broke and I'm still paying for Google, or I'm still paying for YouTube Premium because I have money left in my Google credit, which I probably could have redeemed. Man, I should have just redeemed that. Whatever. Did I literally just pay for another month of YouTube Premium? Wait a minute. I could have. I almost just turned on my camera. Is it? Why can't I see it? Where's the camera? Which video capture is it? That should be the face cam. I don't know why it's not showing up. Whatever. That's not what I was trying to do anyways. I was trying to do this. Oh, actually this. So that I can look to see... Well, I won't be able to see my Google Play balance. It should be at like something. You know, it would be nice if it showed it to me on this. Play points. Gosh dang it. Where are the... How much money is in the Google Play thingy? What happens if you... What can you do with all those Google Play points? I apparently have 185. I need 32 points to silver. What does that even do? Yeah. I only have $5 left. That means I can't afford another month of YouTube Premium. Well, that's funny. That means I need to cancel my my YouTube Premium. I'm afraid if I cancel it right now, it's just going to cancel it entirely. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to cancel YouTube Premium. Hopefully that still gives me another month of it, though. Because I literally just paid for another month of it. But might just cancel this month's because it's so early in the month. Okay, please let me keep my membership for the full month. Yep, it says it'll be canceled on May 4th, so I literally have a full month. Even though I'm canceling it today, I still am for a full month. So, yep. I no longer have a single subscription or payment of any kind anymore. Oh, wait, I technically do have one, but it's a yearly pay. And I'm not saying what it is. And obviously, I'm not going to renew that. And if it accidentally does renew and I forget about it, I can probably get the refund if it's within a few days of it charging or something like that. I think you can literally get for yearly subscriptions. I think you can actually get a refund within a month of paying for it. But anyways, that was funny. or maybe it's 3 weeks. I don't remember what the policy is, but it's. Anyways, I no longer have any monthly payments. But I'm going to miss having YouTube Premium. I mean, it's not that, I don't really use it for that much. Because I have ad block on my computer. Like, that's the biggest thing. But also, now I'll have to watch ads on my phone, and I actually watch YouTube on my phone quite often now, so that's gonna suck. That was funny. And also the fact that I can't watch YouTube videos while the phone is turned off anymore after the subscription ends, which I do a lot because I watch more podcasty type videos on YouTube on my phone. So, yep, I definitely know what I'm looking at right now. Nope, I have no clue. Truthfully, I have no clue what I'm looking at. I have to do this on a test in 2 days. So, are all these colored things things that were empty on the worksheet? Oh my gosh. I wonder, okay. So, I wonder how many problems total we got to do. It would be kind of nice to know how many problems there are total. Thanks. Yeah, Monday we didn't even go over section 620. I don't know why he pulled them both up. Maybe he thought maybe if we have time we'll go over 620, but probably because he accidentally wasted 10 minutes of class talking about governmental accounting, he decided to not go over 620 on Monday. So we'll probably go over it tomorrow. And also go over some lakeside stuff. And according to the syllabus, it's supposed to be more of a discussion instead of a lecture for the lakeside. And he called on me one time on the first day that we did it. And my answer to the question was, I'm not sure, because that's almost always what my answer is. And then the second 2 days we did the discussion type thing, he didn't call on me once. So I've been reading everything that we're supposed to read for those, though. So it's just a lot of it is questions that's the only way you know the answer to it is if you had read the standards, which is weird. And I mean, I've been reading the requirements for the standards, but not the application material. Application. And also, sometimes I don't read all the requirements. Sometimes I just read the requirements that he talks about in class. And also, I have no idea which requirements he was actually talking about for this one, because it was too hard to. It was kind of just too hard to see which one he was talking about specifically, so I just listed all the ones that were shown that were shown on the page that he had scrolled to, and the only one that skipped was 9 because it was the effective date. Why would they have list the effective date as one of the requirements or one of the paragraphs? That was funny. Can we see the number of questions? Yes, pretty easily we can. We have to just count. There's 17. And also there's opening and closing entries sometimes too, which sucks. It's not even, like, instead of looking at that, I should probably just look at the answers, because that will show the opening and closing, if there are any opening and closing. Oh, come on, they're not even numbered. Oh, come on, man. That's going to be annoying to deal with. Well, never mind about that. I'll just have to completely ignore opening and closing when I'm doing my counting here. I just went the wrong way. So, how many? We're going to figure out how many questions we have to do for this studying. This is going to be ridiculous if I actually do this. And my goal for this test, I guess, is to just get a 50%. I could probably get away with like a 25%, but that all depends on how well I can do on the other assignment that he has that's worth a bunch of points. He has an assignment that's worth 300 points, and then he recently made a change to where you only have to do half the assignment, and that half is worth 300 points, and the other half of the assignment is worth an extra 150 points of extra credit, because of the fact that the students were having so much trouble with it, because they were saying, this one girl said that she spent 10 hours. There's 2 parts to the project. And the professor said that he estimated it would take students 8 hours to complete the project, and there are 2 parts to the project. This one girl said that she spent 10 hours on the first part and wasn't even close to finishing it. So I'm kind of worried that I might not be able to do it, although I'm very reassured that if it really comes down to it, I only have to do 1 out of the 2 cities, but I'm probably going to end up doing both because of the fact that I might bomb this test. Like, I might completely bomb this test, but earn all the extra credit and make up for it. Dude, you know how much I actually don't know on the project if it's like feasible to get 100% on it, or is it to where you have to work through it and get 100% on everything to even complete the project, or like is there parts of the project where you can get stuck and you can't progress unless you get the right answer, or can you kind of skip through it and get like a mediocre grade? Not really sure, but because I haven't looked into it at all. Maybe I should look into it to see what I'm getting myself into and to get a good estimate of whether or not I need to drop the class, because I need to know if I'm going to drop this class by Friday. I wonder, can I drop the class on Friday, or do I have to do it before Friday? I hate how the deadline is not specific at all, because I really need to know. So, how many? Brown, Blue County. Blue County. Gosh dang it, now I have to unplug my phone. Dude. Yes, I waited until 2 days to study for this class. 2 days before a test. And the problem is that the first test in this class is covering 9 chapters of material, and not only 9 chapters of material in the textbook, but it's also stuff other additional stuff. But I'm not even going to read the 9 chapters because the majority of the test, it seems, is going to be these types of problems, that I'm going to be studying. So I'm just going to study these problems and just hope I can wing it in the multiple choice conceptual part of the test. Oh no. Okay, so we have 17. Then we have 13. Then we have 5. Then we have 4. And then we have 8. So that's Blue County. We will just count each one individually because I kind of want to divide it up into sections. Blue County is a lot of stuff. Blue County. 47 transactions. Oh, great. 47. Browntown. Let's look and see if the solutions are numbered for this. I think they are. Oh, thank goodness they are. That's good to know. Because it also includes the closing entry, which I would like to know. So, oh man, it's very zoomed out. No, that was funny. This one's much shorter. My goodness. This one is much, much shorter. So the first one is going to be 8. We're including the closing entry as 1. So 8. Then the second part is going to be, there's opening and a closing entry. So therefore, this is going to be 8. Again, 16. There, 16. Round 16. Okay, you know what? 16 parts. Because it's not necessarily transactions. Okay, we're just gonna not even label them because these. Okay, and then for the top side one could be harder to figure out how to say these. Now we have all of these. We have these 13 things, and then we have to do a bunch of other stuff. In addition to that, those are all going to be journal entries plus other things, but we'll just count them as 13. So 13 for top side. Top side. In fact, we might. Let's see. Are all these colored ones things we have to add in here? Because if they are, well, it might just be the fact that no, they don't directly translate from here to here. There's different accounts. You've affected a number of accounts here. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Because I think all you have to do is literally just dump all of these numbers into this table. It's not that complicated. Or is it? The complicated part is the transactions, and the table part should be relatively straightforward. I'm not sure, though. Internal Service Fund. I don't know where the Internal Service Fund numbers came from. Oh, no. I don't know how much to add in terms of numbers. How do I number this? Wait a minute. You have to prepare a statement of net position and a statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in fund net position. Governmental activities. And you know what's a bad sign? I don't even remember whether these statements are the modified accrual statements or the full accrual statements. Not good. If it says internal service fund on it, does that mean it's modified accrual? Oh. Current assets. Capital assets, 107. And that 107 doesn't seem to appear here, so I'm assuming that these are modified. Oh, gosh. This. So anyways, we have a total. This total that I have here does not include every other part of that problem. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. So bring in the internal service funds balance sheet account balances. Okay, so maybe the internal service fund one was not given, or no, it was given. But where would you find the internal service fund? Maybe he gave you maybe the balance sheet account balances. So I think he gave you the financial statements. You don't have to create the financial statements. Never mind. Okay, thank goodness. So the main thing you have to do for this is put them all into the chart. So how about we bring in the internal service funds balance sheet account balances. All of the internal service funds revenue was derived from transactions with Purple County. Eliminate the interfund activity between the governmental funds and the internal service fund. Reduce the governmental fund expenses by the internal service fund's net operating profit. The public safety and highways and streets functions were each responsible for 50% of the transactions with the internal service fund. Prepare the journal entries and adjustments necessary to convert from governmental fund balances to government-wide balances for Purple County. Okay, they didn't even mention topside. Why is he calling it topside? It's Purple County. Oh, jeez. It's hilarious. He demonstrated the conversion. He demonstrated this type of problem once in class a week before the test. That's very helpful, dude. We only had a week. Yeah, I know. I'm giving myself 2 days, but still. I haven't even started yet. I'm just kind of looking this over. Are all of these numbers given? Wait a minute. I need to see. Okay, hold on a second. Oh no. How many of these numbers in this chart are given? Or are these all blank and you have to fill all of this in? That is the real question. Where are all these numbers coming from? Because maybe it looks like maybe these numbers might be the given numbers. I think these numbers are going to be given. So wait a minute. What? Where'd you get the 107 million? Oh, this plus this. Okay. So I think all the colored ones are ones you have to fill in. Or I think this first column is given. Right? This has to be given. There's no way. How are you supposed to find all these? Because not all these accounts are given in the problem. I think you just have to select certain amounts. Weirdly, it's not the full amount here. What is interest, debt service? Here's interest, debt service, $492. Where'd you get? How come you're doing both a debit and a credit there? That seems kind of weird. There was like a mistake on there, wasn't there? I don't know. No, there's a few debt where you do both a debit and a credit. There's a $492, probably just simply because, yeah, like, that was funny. So, you just select certain of these transactions to put onto the chart, apparently. And then you just add it across, and it's probably already going to be set up, so it automatically adds it. So maybe this won't be so bad. The hardest part is going to be this, and then putting it onto the chart is probably not going to be too bad. Oh, but we have to do the internal service fund. We have to put all of these numbers in for the internal service fund, which is going to be so fun. And technically, we went through every single one of these in class. We went through all of it in class. Oh my gosh. The heart. I'm just going to say total other than chart except total except chart. Okay, I know what chart means. 47. The Google Assistant thought I said something, but it couldn't make sense of it, so it just assumed I wasn't talking to it. Anyways, 47. I am typing it on my computer instead of on my calculator. That's funny. 76. Okay. 76. Just gotta work through 76 problems. No big deal. I'm gonna kill myself. Whoops. Okay. 76 is a number that exists. I mean, like over half of these have to be easy, right? Over half of these have to be not too bad. It's not this hard. Like a lot of them are just like it gives you a number and then you just make one entry, and then you just use the number that was given in the problem. So I mean, probably over half of them have to be like that. How was I going to do this? Should I have them open on 2 tabs? I hate how it's Word documents. Maybe I should just change them all to PDFs. That's fine. This one girl said she printed off all the problems to study from. I don't know. Should I do that? Did I download all these yet? Probably not. How is there something from 2013? When did I get this computer? I think I got this computer. Hey, I'm confused. When did I get this computer? Oh, 2023. I've had this computer for almost 3 years. Wow. Sample. Still haven't gotten a grade on that memo. He said within 2 weeks of getting the grade for your memo, you should have a meeting with your professor about it. So I wonder how in-depth he's going to be on the grade, or is he just going to give you a number grade, and then you won't really find out the details until the meeting. Clearly, I've not downloaded the stuff. Okay. Blue County problem. Blue County. Oof. Answers. Man, imagine how screwed I'd be if I didn't have all this stuff. Can I somehow pull this off? Can I? Can I somehow pull this off? If I can pull this off, basically, if I can pull off this test, well, oh man, I have to pull off one or the other. There's 2 giant things I have to pull off in the next 2 days. I have to pull off this test, and I have to pull off the project, whatever it's called. This giant project, which students are complaining about a lot, but it doesn't. To me, it sounds like where it's some kind of computerized project where you have to work through it. Where I'm not sure of the nature of it exactly. Like, is there going to be roadblocks where I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to be able to progress? That's the problem. How long is it going to take me? It's due Monday, so. But the thing is, I'm basically saved. If I am pretty much saved, even if I literally get a 0 on the test, but manage to do both the project and the extra credit and get 100% on both of them, I think I'm still fine. That's so funny. I can literally get a 0 on the test and still be fine. Not just fine, but like actually really good. Like I would only lose 5% of my grade overall if I managed to get a 0 on the test and get 100% on the project and the extra credit. The total grade point loss from that would be 5%. Because if you think about it, Actually, maybe it would be more than that. Wait, I'm not sure. Because the 150 points of extra credit would be added to both the numerator and the denominator. So the class total points would actually go up as well. So, right? I don't know. Or would it? Would the total amount of points for the class still stay at 1,000? Or would it go up to 1,150? Who cares? But the point is, maybe I should be focusing more on that project because, okay, no. Wait, I'm going to keep downloading stuff. I'm probably going to, before the test on Thursday, I got to start on that project. Or maybe what I'll do, maybe the better idea is to start on the project on Thursday after the test and see how well it goes. And if it goes really well, then I won't drop the class. But the problem is the students got stuck on chapter 4. So I have to get past chapter 4, and if I'm able to get past chapter 4, and I think that I did fine, or it was fine, and it's doable to do the entire rest of the project, then I won't drop the class. I think it's possible because of the extra credit. That extra credit might save me here. It literally might save me. The professor was like, "Nobody's gonna do the extra credit." Well, there's this guy who probably is going to bomb the test who needs that extra credit to pass the class, so I'm going to do it, probably. Oh, man. I downloaded the answer key for Blue County. Browntown problem. Download Browntown problem. Download the Browntown solutions. Oh, solutions blank. Okay, I'll download that. It might be nice to use that to do the problems myself at some point. Like, how many of these am I not even going to do? I'm just going to look them over. I wonder what grade I would get on this test if I just took it without studying at all. Like, imagine if I got like a 25% without studying, and then I managed to get 100% on the extra credit. So, like, literally, I didn't even need to study for class at all. I'm going to study clearly. I think it might be a good idea to start on that project, though, ahead of time, because just to get a feel for what I need to do for that project, and if it's actually possible for me to get 100% on both parts of it. Because that one girl took 10 hours to not even finish part 1. And, this other girl I talked to, she said she was on, chapters 5 or chapter 6 out of 9 chapters, and she'd spent 13 hours on it so far. Man. Okay. I'm very, very slowly not doing anything because I keep talking to myself. That was funny. That is a lot of extra credit that the professor offered, which is actually might literally save me from failing this class. Well, if it looked like I was going to fail, I was just going to drop it. But it's very, very close to the deadline here. The drop deadline is Friday. Today's Tuesday. So I basically have to make a decision after taking the test as to whether or not I think I can pass the class. And in order to know that, I probably need to start on that project to see if I can actually get all the points for it, including the extra credit points. So, think that's it. We downloaded all this stuff. When's he gonna grade the memo? Oh, come on. Grade the memo. How many points do I have total right now? Just from the Canvas stuff. Oh yeah, and also a nice bonus thing is the attendance. If you attend every class, you'll get 30 points of extra credit, so that's helping me here. Like, you might be wondering, why are you thinking you might not pass this class? You have 133%. That's not really accurate. I mean, technically, I do have 133%, but all of the points are about to come flooding in. Most of these are just tiny little Canvas things. Only a grand total of 120 points. Wait, that's a bit more than I expected. Literally 30 of these points, like a fourth of my grade right now, is just the extra credit from attendance. I'm the one who made the comment, not him. For a second, I was like, what? He made a comment. Nope. So there are 120 points in the total in Canvas right now. He hasn't even graded the memo. I wouldn't be surprised if I literally get a 50% on the memo. And then the test is worth 200 points. So literally more points than has been in this entire course so far is in this test that is on Thursday. Then there's 300 points for the project plus 150 points of extra credit for doing the second half of the project, because he initially assigned two parts of the project, but then he decided that you only had to do one of the two because it was taking students way too long. And he said, if you do the other part, you get 150 points of extra credit. Dude. And if only this grade was accurate, I'm not going to. Because actually, there's one of these that says I get 10 out of 12, but really it's not, because he told us we didn't have to do one of the questions. So it's not 10 out of 12, so gosh dang. And this thing is due on the 12th. Fun. Now what am I doing? I was going to open Blue County problem and answers, but it might be annoying to do it like this. You know what I could realistically do? Not only could I start on that governmental project on Thursday, but I could that might be kind of tough because I might end up pulling an all-nighter. I'm not going to pull an all-nighter at any point, but I'm probably, if I am actually going to try to do well in this test, I might end up studying very late into the night, Wednesday night, and get 3 hours of sleep. So I probably wouldn't want to do that 2 nights in a row. Although I could, because I just need to know how much of that thing do I need to do to know whether or not I can pull off a good grade on the project and do both parts of the project. Not sure. Also, the students in my class, I'm assuming, were doing the project after already having read the book. They already read the book, although maybe they didn't. I don't know, because I haven't read the textbook yet. I mean, I read some of it a couple days ago when I attempted to study for the test, but then I gave up. That's funny. It hasn't even opened anything yet, even though I pushed enter. Hello? Open. When you select two things, they're supposed to open. If they're two different types of things, they won't open? That's stupid. Come on. Come on. Now, do I need my phone? well, I'm going to start working through these problems. I mean, some of these might be pretty easy. Some of these might only take a few minutes. In fact, I could just try to study all the easiest ones. This is the entire answer key for Blue County, which is 17 questions. And that's only 17 out of... Oh, never mind! 47. 47. So 47 out of the 76 is on here. But this is a lot. And it's probably the closing entry there. So, yeah... Does it even separate between these? Oh, I just realized this is just for the first 17 questions. And then we have this. Oh my goodness, dude. Look at that. Wasn't for the full 47. This is for just the first 17. This is for the next several. Like there's... Oh, I didn't even save it. What? Oh my gosh. This one was short. And guess what he said? He said that, okay, so you see how this is a general fund, the BCWLP fund, debt service fund, school project fund, parking fund, and this entire thing covers 47 of the 76 questions. On the test, there's only going to be one fund. So I'm just going to study like 10 or 15 funds, and only one of them is going to be on the test. Kidding me? Are you kidding me? In fact, it might be a much better idea to just study, to not even study this one as much, and to start with studying the other part, because the other part has so much less to it. And there's so much less to study. That makes a lot more sense, I just realized. He said that there's going to be multiple choice, conceptual, well, he said multiple choice. Wait, let's see. He didn't say whether they're conceptual. I would assume they're conceptual questions. So, let's see here. This is absolutely insane that he gave us. Also, which city should we choose? I don't even know which one. Maybe if one is looking really hard and I can try going into the other city and see if it's easier. I don't even know where the exam is being held. I have to look it up probably like the day of, because I don't feel like doing it now. Yeah, it just says one multiple choice. One fund level problem. One! I have to study 76. Transactions. Basically like 15 of the problems that he's referring to, like 15. And there's only going to be one of them. One! And adjustments from the governmental funds to the government-wide statements. I wish I could know the points distribution for each part. But I have a feeling that if I study the adjustments part, it will be more efficient, because that part will be worth a certain number of points and I only have to study a short portion of stuff. Whereas for the middle part of it, I have to study 76 questions. Actually, no. The middle part of it is whatever. Gosh dang, I have to add them together. Oh, man. Total or middle part, I don't know, 50, 63, because 6 plus 7 is 13. So anyways, only 13 questions. Okay, so weirdly enough, I have decided I'm actually going to start off with last part, which he only talked about for one day, a week before our test. Like an actual literal week. Like I think it was on last Thursday that he discussed that, right? Or was it? Wait a minute. What did we do last class? What did we do last Thursday? Because that's the last time we had class. What did we do? Oh, you know what? I think it may have been Tuesday, so it was a little bit more than a week before the test. Because we did something else on Thursday, didn't we? What did we do last Thursday? I can't even remember what we did. Oh, man. So, we are going to look at this and this. And actually try to figure out how this works. So, are there any of these 13 things where you don't have to write anything? No, I don't think so. Because there are 13 things here. Whoa. Hold up. This is different. No, it's not. It's just an Excel format instead of PDF format, pretty much. What the heck? What? Why is this third blank page? What the heck is this? Uh-oh. This is weird. I don't know why there's a blank page here. That better not be important. Gosh dang it, man. Oh. Look at this. There are 13 journal entries. You have to do a journal entry for literally every single one. There is not a single adjustment where that doesn't require one. And it seems that they all have only one journal entry for each. So that's good. And it's probably just the numbers that are given for every single one, right? I don't know. Time to work. Not really work through it. I'm actually just going to read through it to see if it makes sense. And then maybe I'll work through it myself. Because if I tried to work through it myself, I would not know what the heck I'm doing. So I'll just read through it and then maybe I'll work through it. Because there's basically 2 steps to this. It's to make the 13 entries and then to fill in the chart on the side. And that's it. That's the 2 steps. I just have to put all the numbers in here and they'll add themselves. Nice. These numbers have to be given, right? They have to be given. There's no way we have to come up with these ones. Right? Please. This is totally not governmental funds. Governmental activities. Like, these numbers are given, right? These are just given numbers. These will, on our tests, these numbers will appear, and I have to fill in these numbers. Right? Please. I don't know why he has this government-wide accounts here. There's nothing on it. And we're going to have to take some of these numbers to put them on the chart as well. Actually, over here. That's pretty much it. So, are there... No, there's not a grand total of 13. Because, in fact... That was... Okay, let's see here. I don't know how many points each part is worth. Is it going to heavily weight the middle part? Because that requires way more studying than the other two parts. Wow. Wow. Ugh. I hate everything. Number 1. For this simulation problem, please prepare the journal entries and adjustments necessary to convert from the governmental fund balances to the government-wide balances for Purple County. Purple County had the following adjustments and eliminations. The beginning historical costs balance of capital assets was $98,850. And $44,700,000 in depreciation had accumulated. Okay, so that was accumulated depreciation. So we have that. Yep, that's what we have. General Journal. Adjustments and eliminations journal entries. Capital assets is debited. Accumulated depreciation is credited. And then the difference is gonna be the net position. That's not too hard. And on the test, we will have drop-down menus for the accounts and the then we'll type in the numbers. So that's easy. I could eliminate capital expenditures during the current period. How do we do that if we don't know the amount? What's the amount given here? 8 million something. 8.697 million. Where'd you get that? Wait just a second. Now I think that number might end up being one of the numbers given on the chart. Because where the heck else are you supposed to get that? Here, capital outlay. That must be what it's talking about. It's the same number. Like, right? This is going to be a given number. Where else would you get that? The number is not on this piece of paper here. It's literally nowhere on here. That has to be where you're getting it, right? You're getting it from here. Yeah. Capital assets, increased capital outlay. I don't even know. I should know this. Like, are you basically kill myself? You're eliminating the capital outlay because capital outlay is like, it's kind of like expense because it's expenditures. Capital outlay is expenditures. So if you credit the expenditure, that means you're eliminating it. So, capital assets, capital outlay. Number 3, record depreciation expense for the current period. Well, that's easy. Isn't that just the same as normal accounting? 3, depreciation and accumulated depreciation. That's easy. He accidentally put these out of order. Number 4, eliminate the other financing resources generated from the issuance of bonds. Now, where do you find the information about bonds? Let's see. 4, we have 6 million and premium. We have bond proceeds and premium on bonds. Now, where'd you get that? It's somewhere in this list. It's got to be somewhere here, right? Bond proceeds and the premium. Good. Oh, and other financing sources is right here anyways. So that's easy. Transfers in, but that's not included in this. Oh, eliminate the other financing resources generated from the issuance of bonds during the current period. So clearly you just get it from here. We have bond proceeds and premium on bonds. So for other financing sources, apparently you also eliminate those, kind of like how you eliminate the revenues and expenditures. Weirdly enough, the expenditures are put in here first and then the revenues. So eliminate the other financing resources generated from the issuance of bonds during the current period. So bond proceeds, they received money from bonds. And premium on bonds. Oh my gosh. So you have to eliminate that, meaning what they're doing here. What type of account is bond proceeds? Well, they said it's an other financial use. Or other financial source. So you basically are just going to convert bond proceeds and premium on bonds into bonds payable and a bond premium. Why is it bonds and then bond? Why is it bond and bonds? Why can't they all be the same? Dang it. I'm going to get confused. Well, it's not that big of a deal. It's going to have drop-down menus anyways, so it's not like I have to remember whether there's an S or not. That's going to bother me, though, if I mess up the S's when I try to do this myself, if I try to do this myself at some point. Well, I know that you're increasing bonds payable and increasing bond premium, right? You're increasing bond premium? I'm trying to remember whether the premium is a credit or debit. I think it's a credit. And then I guess you're eliminating bond proceeds and premium on bonds. So anyways, 505. The balance of all outstanding general obligation bonds was $18 million at the beginning of the year. Do I know what that means? No. Therefore, increase bonds payable. And then net position, I should really know whether that's increase or decrease, but I don't. So, because it's net position going to be, well, if I knew the accounting equation, then I would know. I should probably look up the accounting equation for governmental accounting. I literally don't know that. But thankfully I wrote it down one time, which is a miracle because I basically stopped taking notes for the class within like 3 classes. But near the beginning of the class, it was actually in my notes, so I have to look it up. Okay. Please. Okay. Well, I could study some of this stuff for the conceptual. I'm glad I took some notes, at least some notes. So, no, it wasn't here. And so here's this. Theoretically, you would say assets equals a debit. And then deferred outflows equals a debit because it's plus. Liabilities a credit. And then, I mean, everything on this side is a credit. And everything on this, because it's all plus, and there's no minus here. Because the other equation is assets equals liabilities plus stockholders' equity. Yes. So, therefore, where's net position? Oh, a net position is going to be a credit. There you go. Liability deferred inflows. So you can kind of just say, I probably spelled deferred wrong. Holy crap, I spelled it all that wrong. Why did I do that? I was thinking like, just equate deferred outflows to assets. But they're literally different just for the singular purpose of differentiating between them. Plus fund balance or net position. What are those two terms for the same idea? But anyways, net position is, I guess it kind of is similar to stockholders' equity. My notes were terrible. The net position is going to be debited, therefore decreased by the increase in bonds payable. Does that make any sense? If you increase a liability, yeah, but if you increase the liability and decrease stockholders' equity, yes, that makes sense, right? Because it cancels each other out. Because if you increase something on one side of the accounting equation, you either have to decrease, or you either have to, wait a minute. Yes, you either have to increase something on the other side of the equation or decrease another thing on the same side of the equation. So that makes sense. That position bonds payable. Number 6, eliminate the expenditures. Oh, well, that's good and easy. We already eliminated one expenditure, so we know how to eliminate expenditures in general. The way to eliminate expenditures is to credit the expenditure, credit the bond principal, and to debit something else. I don't know. So number 6 is going to have a credit to bond. Now it's not bond principal though. It's actually going to be principal, comma, debt service. And where would that be located anyways? Expenditures, principal, debt service. And then you will debit bonds payable. Makes sense. 1.2 million. And so the only thing I need to do these 13 transactions is I need to have all this stuff here. Then number 7 is accrue interest in the amount of $492,000. Well, that's easy because that's the same as regular accounting. Or is it? No, it should be. Interest expense, interest payable, number 7. Ooh, it's not the same names, but it's the same idea. Instead of interest expense, it's interest, comma, debt service. Awesome! That's just awesome. In fact, I don't think they use the word expense anywhere in here. Good to know. They don't use the word expense in any of these. Well, I guess you're not looking to... You can't have expense because... So it's not really expense because none of these accounts are expenses or revenues. Wait a minute. I mean, some of these are revenues and expenditures. Why? It says expenditures / expenses. Are you kidding me? So, oh my goodness. Oh man. I don't know what exactly we're doing right now. Interest, debt service, interest, debt service, and bond, interest payable. I have to remember the names. It's going to take some memorization here. So far, there's no actual calculations that we need to do. We just have to memorize stuff. So I can memorize stuff, right? Number 8. Adjust interest accrued in the prior year government-wide statements but recorded as an expenditure in the current year's funds financial statements of $270,000. Good news. It's just the number it's just the account names that I have to memorize. I don't have to do any math. So adjust interest accrued in the prior year government-wide statements but recorded as an expenditure in the current year's fund financial statements of $270,000. Now, for that one, apparently it's exactly the opposite effect of the previous one. And this one is actually different. No, it's not the exact opposite because well, at least the interest debt service one is opposite, but then for the debit, it's net position. Oh my gosh, to remember all this stuff and the fact that I don't really even understand half of it, I'm just gonna memorize it and do it on the test. You don't even need to understand what you're doing, you just need to do it. So this is going to involve a lot of memorization. I don't know how long it's going to take me to memorize this particular part. This is only a very small section of the test, but I feel like if I study this a lot, compared to the other sections, it will be a more efficient use of my time. Because there are 3 sections, and the amount of things I have to study for the 3rd section is way less than the amount of things I have to study for the 2nd section. But it's possible that the questions may be weighted a bit more, relatively speaking. Like each question in the 3rd section might be worth more than each. Well, no, not that's not how it works. No, what I'm trying to say is, for the 2nd section, there's going to be probably about the same amount of work to do as in the 3rd section, but the 2nd section requires many, many, many more hours of studying compared to the 3rd section. So therefore, if I study the 3rd section more than if I spend most of my time studying the 3rd section instead, I will. Okay, shut up. Stop. Number 9. The bond premium amortization during the year was $15,000. So if you amortize premiums, that means you debit the premium. So therefore, the premium is the debit. For number 9. Oh, and the credit is interest debt service. Oh my gosh. Number 10. Adjust for the deferral of current year's accounts receivable not available at year end, totaling $41,250. And you're just supposed to assume that's for tax receivables? They said accounts receivable. Is there no difference between accounts receivable and tax receivable? Because that... Okay. I kind of made a deal about that on the memo. Oh, jeez. Who's with all this stuff about the chancellor? I keep getting these emails. Wait, no, I read the wrong one. Crap. Adjust for the deferral of current year's accounts receivable not available at year end. Adjust for the deferral of the prior year's accounts receivable not available at the prior year end. So what's the difference between this year's and last year's? This year, it's exactly the opposite for both of them. Okay. For the property tax revenue, increase this year's revenue for this year's, and then unavailable property taxes. I don't even know what's going on with that account. I don't even know what that account is. Oh. I mean, a tax, isn't that great? Well, you're increasing the revenue for this year, and for the prior year, you're decreasing it. So there. Your net position is going to increase. What the? Wait a minute. Yes, makes sense, because guess what? If you decrease a revenue, if you eliminate a revenue and add it to, that's literally what happens in regular accounting. You get rid of the revenue and instead add it to stockholders' equity. So that's what you're doing there. Oh, it's funny. Number 12. Only two more. 12. Recognize the accumulation of compensated absences during the year. So, that's gonna be... Isn't that just a reclassification because you already paid that amount? It's just that you're reclassifying the number. So therefore, you would decrease... You would decrease wages and increase something. Number 12. Dang it. No, it's not that. You're going to increase the compensated absences expense. Well, I knew that. But the other one is not decreasing the wages. You're literally just introducing this. You're not taking away from another account. You're just creating two. Well, no, you're not creating two, but you're adding to two accounts here. You're not taking away anything from an account because you're adding to an expense. Hey, look, that's an expense. I just realized that's the only expense here in this problem. Compensated absences payable. I mean, 12 is just the same as regular accounting, except you just use the word compensated absences. So it's easy. Number 13. I accidentally saw that you debit transfers in. Dang it. Eliminate the interfund transfers between governmental funds. If you have a transfer in, that is essentially kind of like a revenue. So, to eliminate the revenue, you would debit it. So, and what do you do instead? Or what do you do for the credit? How do you add it to net position? Oh, nope, you do not. You literally just say transfers out. Why? Why? Wait a minute. What? What is this? What is this? A transfer out is essentially kind of like an expense, right? That means you're decreasing an expense. You're literally, okay, you're just eliminating, okay, well, fine. My logic is just messed up somehow. Okay, I went through all 13. I don't know if I'd be able to recreate them. I don't know. I wish I had a version of this sheet that was empty, so it would be very easy to just fill it in. So... Also, it would be nice, an easy way to compare it if it was printed off as well. Maybe I should print it. Let's see. Maybe I should print it. I did recently refill my printer, so it might be convenient to do that. So that I can have an Excel sheet. I don't have to switch between Excel sheets to check my work. I can just look at the piece of paper to check my work. I think that would be easier. So, therefore, I'm going to print this stuff. In fact, I could even print the questions as well, so that I don't have to switch between anything when I'm working through this. Should I, instead of doing this, should I go onto the chart and see where he put stuff? Like, essentially all he did was take all of these numbers and cram them into these columns wherever they were applicable. So capital assets, yellow here. Oh, so there's a few of them that you didn't put in though, because net position is not highlighted. Net position changes. Wouldn't you have a net position at some point around here? There is a net position, it's just not highlighted. Beginning of year net position, 2.2 million, which I don't think is, so we have, and then we have 54,150 credit. So you do have to put net position stuff, I think, because it's 54 million credit. Let's just add up all the credits for net position. So 54.1, and then another 31,000. So yeah, that's this. Then the debits would be 18,200,000. 270,000. So he did put net position in. I mean, this is not hard at all. You just have to match the account name with the account name over here. That's pretty easy. Bond proceeds. Okay, he did highlight bond proceeds. So I think it's just that he left net position not highlighted as a dip. It is highlighted, it's just a white color so it blends in with all the other background. So accumulated depreciation is going to go is orange here. Accumulated depreciation is under the credits. And then net position we already looked at. Capital assets. Capital outlay is here. Depreciation here. Accumulated depreciation. Man, imagine if he doesn't give us this list. That would suck. I'm pretty sure he's going to give us this, right? He's going to give us this. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. You've got to give us this list. Depreciation is the dark green here. We already did accumulated depreciation. Bonds payable is the blue. Bonds payable. Where do you put that? Bonds payable here. So, bonds payable, bond proceeds would be under this. Nope. Here. I mean, it looks pretty much. I mean, do I really need to go through all the rest of this? It's just literally matched the account with the account over here. It's very easy. And I wonder if this one will be easy as well. Internal Service Fund. Add a bunch of stuff in. Now there was a part where you had to divide something by 2. This part here. 2 from government funds. So the real challenge may be this part. I've already gotten through the hardest part because transferring all these numbers into these 2 columns is easy. Now I wonder if it's going to be easy to transfer the numbers from the internal service thing. Now, which of these do you transfer? Do you transfer every single one? Because there's a lot here. We have a statement, balance sheet. Well, this is not a balance sheet. But it looks like a balance sheet because it has current assets, non-current assets, current liabilities, net position. So this looks like a lot like a balance sheet to me, but it's actually called Statement of Net Position. Proprietary funds. Internal Service Fund. Then, the Statement of Revenues Expenses and changes in fund net position, which is kind of like a income statement. We have revenues and expenses, not operating expenses, income before this. So this looks like an income statement, this looks like a balance sheet. And now which of these numbers do you put on the chart? That's the real question. Do you just take every single number and slap it on there? And now it looks like this might end up just being from the balance sheet. No. Well, the debits look like they're all from the balance sheet. We have cash. I mean, that's easy. Cash. And then due from government funds is both debited and credited. The heck? What the? Why would you do that? Why is it both debit and credit? That's confusing. What? What is going on there? What? And there's nothing here. That's strange to me. I don't understand that. That has got to be a mistake, dude. What is that? Okay, and then what the heck is going on here? Does this not have anything here either? Because I thought you literally just added all this stuff. Oh wait, never mind. It's because it was debit, credit gets to 0. Why is there 4,800 twice? Why? It's listed under current assets. Why would you debit or why would you credit that? I don't understand. Now where'd you get the 222,000? That's a good question. I don't know. Did you take the land and the buildings? Did you just add this and this and this? ISF. Okay, C17 plus C18 plus C20. Yes, that's exactly what it was. And this 4,800 thing, I don't know what that is. I wonder if I should just message Professor about that. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's just because it's internal. it's like it goes from one governmental fund to another governmental fund, so it cancels out or something. Because the government itself cannot, governmental activities as a whole cannot have something do. Maybe that's what it means. That's probably, maybe that's correct. Maybe 4800 is like, okay, so now we have something that's split between two things, which was in the instructions somewhere. The public safety and highways and streets functions were each responsible for 50% of the transactions with the Internal Service Fund. $14.20. Where's $14.20? The operating income of the Internal Service Fund. And in the directions, and to reduce the governmental fund expenses, you would subtract it from half of from this and half from this. That was easy. And then looks like these are just added up from this, and then this is added up from that, and then we have credits. So the credits, okay, and and we just did all the debits, and that was all from the balance sheet. No, not all from the balance sheet. There was most of it was from this, and then we used this as one thing. Or was it this? No, it's this. And then we're going to have credits, so they'll probably come from these. Wow! I have to go to the bathroom. And it's interesting that I'm actually kind of working my way through this and not understanding it entirely, but at least I'm not having a roadblock where I don't understand something or how to do something, because that was funny. Wow. it's gonna be fun to figure out which one of these you need. Well, don't you just copy and paste all the ones? Okay, so which ones did you not include? Like, you included all of these. Wait, did you include inventory in here? Yes, it was included. You included all the current assets, and then non-current assets, you just didn't include the depreciation, weirdly. So, but maybe that's down here. Because, like, yeah, depreciation, accumulated depreciation is 110, 400. So, is it 66 plus 44? So that's why those weren't included initially. I'm assuming. So the accumulated depreciation is included. Accounts payable due to enterprise funds, loan, and then so what about net position stuff? Okay, so net position. Oh, you know what? I didn't finish the second column. Well, hold on a second. Because I didn't do any of the stuff at the bottom. But let's see here. Down at the bottom, we have net position, beginning of the year. So where do you get these numbers here? 6220. Don't know where the 6220 is coming from. Gosh dang it. Oh, hey, look, you can look at the calculations. Now, 1420 plus 4800. Are you freaking kidding me? How? Why? Why is that the case? For net position, they did this, probably this, I don't know, this one plus this one. Okay, well, I have no idea why. And this one is going to be 37 here, C37, which is this total net position, which is 191 something. And then they subtracted they basically just subtracted this 4800 and they subtracted the 1420. Oh no, I have no idea where all that is. And then this is the sum. What the? N40 to N71. What? What? How did these two end up as the same? There's probably a reason. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. How? Wait. What? Wait, that makes no sense. N40 to N71. Oh, they went from this to this. It's not a coincidence. Oh, okay, that's just all the credits. Okay, well, that was the only credit in the entire thing. Most of them were debits. Okay, well, I mean, most of them were No, that was the only debit in the entire thing. Dumb. Okay, well, this is the total. This, and then this is the N73 plus N36. What? Yeah, that was the total debits here and the total. Okay. And then how do we get these bottom numbers? These bottom numbers here. D33 plus D19. That was net position. Well, that's how they got that. Oh, I'm dumb. I did that already. I already figured out the net position thing. But so we need. Now, why don't you need anything here? That's the question. So let's figure out this right column. I guess that's the last thing we need to go over. Oh, wait a minute. What the? I wonder if he gives you this right column, you don't need to figure this one out yourself. Let's see here. Okay, I'm really hoping this right column is also provided. It should be provided, right? Because otherwise I'd have to memorize more stuff like because basically you take this amount. These are debits, so you would just add debits and subtract credits and get the number. Is that literally what happens on every single part? Like this one, I guess the reason this is a 0 is because this is a credit and then you debited it, so it ended up as 0. So I guess it's pretty straightforward. So it looks like we're done with our first walkthrough of the entire third section of the test. So you would think that that's a third of the study, but no, it's not. It's not even close. But I'm not done with studying that yet because I basically need to memorize how to do all these entries. And then will I be able to figure out what numbers I'm supposed to put in these columns? I think so. There's a few weird things, like the 4,800 is both debited and credited here. And then the other weird thing is that the operating income is subtracted. You split it between these two, subtracted from these expenses. Because these are debits, so you credit and it subtracts. And then the other weird thing is some of the stuff down here. This number, the net position for an internal service fund, you take the one that is given on the balance sheet, and then you subtract these two numbers weirdly. Why would you subtract that? I'm not sure. What? Like they got rid of this because maybe it's because you used them somewhere in the previous part? That's funny. They subtracted this and this from the net position. So that's the weird thing about this number. And that's literally all the weird things about it. So, and then the only remaining thing is to memorize what I'm supposed to do for all these. Now, thankfully, I don't have to do any calculations. The only calculations I really have to do is like adding a few random things together, and that's it. And also some of the numbers I need to take from this column. So instead of trying to do this. Probably need to study it again. But I think I'm actually going to print it. This is going to waste so much paper. Well, first we'll print this. Oh, come on. I hate this. Why does it say offline? Stop it. It's only one page. It doesn't even matter. Shut up. Why is not automatically connecting? That was funny. Dude, this is horrible. How am I supposed to print this thing? Okay, I want to print this stuff on one page. This stuff will go onto one page, right? Oh, come on. No, it's printing the whole thing. Print only... No, I want to print just the part I selected. Dude, it won't fit it onto one page. Fit it into one page. There's got to be a setting where you can do that. Come on. Fit sheet on one page. Boom. That's got to work. Oh, that was easy. That was fun. Is it colored? Please. It better have colors. Oh, of course it's in black and white. Well, it's not like it matters. It doesn't matter. Gosh, why is it in black and white? No. Stupid. Why? You know what? Screw this. I'm reprinting it. Why is it black and white? Gosh, dang it. Come on. How do you even set that? How do you set it? To print. Not in black and white. Gosh. That was funny. I keep avoiding saying. Where is it? Come on. Why is this not obvious? One of the forefront options to choose from. How? How? Why? How do you set it? This should be super easy and just obvious to figure out how to change it to print in color. How is this so hard? I just put in new ink chart cartridges. It should just automatically. Come on. Such a complicated app with so many features that it takes this long to load. Stop. Why would it be in advanced settings? You have to go to advanced settings to make it print in color? Really? I remember Googling this once. I couldn't even figure it out that way either. How? How? Come on! How do you... You've got to be kidding me. How do you set the thing? How? How? That was funny. Yep, that helps so much. Under settings, file print. Oh wait, it's not Word. It's Excel. Oh, let's see, where are the settings? I don't see any settings. There are settings. Nope, that's not a setting. That's not it. Oh, it's not here, is it? It's not. That's funny. Oh, that's a fun way to do it. I literally looked at the printing stuff. Why would it not be there? Like, why can't you just do it from here? Why? Paper quality. It's not here. Why? Why do you have all these advanced settings and yet they don't have the option to choose between black and color? This is stupid. Stop. That was funny. Dude, is this Windows 10? There is no devices and printers section. Stop. Now time to take forever to open this very simple app. Funny. It's funny you don't have devices here. That was funny. This is how much work I have to go to switch it to print to color. This is how much work it takes. This, dude, I already got to this. How do they not have it here? It should be under paper quality. It's literally not. How? In this article, they say go to paper quality, and it's literally deleted. They just deleted it. It's the same window. I'm on that window. I'm on the window. It's the exact same thing, except they deleted that option. And it's not here either. They just decided they're not going to allow you to choose that setting. That's funny. I have a color cartridge installed. I'm not about to open my printer up and look and see if I do. I'm sure I do. I installed a color cartridge. What is this? This is so stupid. This is so stupid. It literally says there's color ink in here. What the heck? Why? Stop. That's what supply status means. Oh, it's all the way up here, and then it's a bunch of ads. Thanks a lot. I just printed a document and it did not print it in color, so what the heck is going on? That's fine. Come on! Isn't that hilarious? I already did that! Look at this. Oh, funny. That's funny. That's very funny. There's nothing. There's nothing here.
I'm not uninstalling and reinstalling the drivers. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. What is this? This is stupid. I just wasted my life. Man, this is what? Is that going to fit on a page? Dude, I can't even see some of this stuff because it's... The color is so dark. Oh, come on! Come on! Come on! Can I just... Dude, there's so many of these dark spots on here. Should I just get rid of the colors? Who cares? Gosh dang it. I have to reprint both of these now. Because there's a bunch of parts where I can't see the number because it's too dark. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Should I just, like, select all and have no colors at all whatsoever? You've got to be kidding me. What? No. And I won't need, I'll just need this and this. First, the answer keys over here. And also, I'm just going to do the transactions a few times until I get it, because that's going to be the hardest part. Thanks for all these emails. Well, that means now that I printed this off, this is going to be nicer because I can just... you know, it'd be nice though. Oh, you know what? I don't even need to study it on my computer. I have pieces of paper now. So I can actually go like this. Well, have fun not looking at anything I'm studying. And I want to have a piece of paper to cover it up. Okay, so this is how it will be. It will go like this. It will be very convenient to do it. Except for the fact that my computer's in the way. Gosh dang it. I wish it was me. I'm not about to just move my computer. I mean, I could move it to my chair. That's stupid! Why would I do that? I'm actually doing that! I'm actually moving my computer to my chair because the way I'm studying this right now is I want 2 vertical pieces of paper. Enough space here. Well, this is apparently what I'm doing. The beginning historical costs balance of capital assets was this and this and this in depreciation had accumulated over periods. That one's easy. You do capital assets, debit capital assets for 98 million, credit the accumulated depreciation, and then the difference is a credit to net position. I did it. Next one. Eliminate capital expenditures during the current period. Now, unfortunately for that, I actually do need another piece of paper, so I got to take my life. I do need this other piece of paper. So, but what I will do is cover it with another piece of paper so that I'm not looking at the answer key for the other part of the question, which is probably unnecessary to do it. Okay, so wow, studying with pieces of paper is so much better than having to flip between windows all the time. Wow, that's fun. Because this way I get to arrange the quote-unquote windows however I want on my desk. I mean, you could probably somehow do that on a computer, but they don't make it very easy to do because they're dumb. That is fun. So, to eliminate capital expenditures during the current period, that's going to involve capital outlays. You increase capital assets there as well. So I think what you do is increase capital assets and decrease. Okay, so capital outlays are going to actually be debited because. Why do I feel like they were not debited? They should be debited because capital outlays are. No, they're. Oh, never mind, I'm dumb. Capital outlays are normally debit balances, therefore you have to credit. So you have to debit capital assets by the amount and credit capital outlays. And capital outlays, and the amount is going to be $8,697,150. I did it correctly. I did number 1 and 2 correctly in my mind. I'm not even writing it down. I'm just saying what it's going to be. This might actually be a good substitute. Well, I don't know. No, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in all these answers. Basically, I'm going to go over it a third time and type in all the answers and then compare it with the answer key and see if it's exactly correct. So anyways, record depreciation expense related to the period. So that's easy because you just do depreciation expense and accumulated depreciation. Easy. Oh, they don't call it depreciation expense, they call it depreciation? Why? Why would they do that? It's not. They don't call it depreciation expense, they call it depreciation. And yet there's another part of it where there is an expense. So what is going on here? Fine. Jeez, depreciation, accumulated depreciation. It's not like he's going to have two options to choose from on the test. You can either choose depreciation or depreciation expense. I don't think that's going to be a choice on the test, is it? Okay, and then eliminate the other financing resources generated from the issuance of bonds during the current period. Okay, so that one was the one that had the most parts to it, number 4. Of course, he put it out of order. Maybe I should do number 5 and then number 4. Right? Because number 5 is the answer. So, I accidentally saw that you debit net position for number 5. Well, crap. Oh! Fine. Oh, number 5, I accidentally showed it. The balance of all outstanding general obligation bonds was this at the beginning of the year. So I know that you increase bonds payable by 18 million. And what's the other one? It's something to do with bonds. I think it's principal debt service. Or is it interest debt? No, it's interest debt service. No, it's not. It's principal. Wait a minute. Proceeds. Okay, so I think number 5, you have principal debt service. Please tell me it's that, please. Okay, so debit, principal debt service, and credit, bond payable. Oh, it's not. It's net position. I literally saw the answer and still forgot. Okay, so actually, it's net position, not principal. Well, they don't have the word principal in the question. So, it's going to be net position is debited, which means decreased. That was funny. Bond payable is credited. Net position debit. Number 4, eliminate the other financial resources. So that one, you actually debit bond proceeds and debit premium on bonds, credit bonds payable, and bond premium. Okay. Yep, that's correct. Number 6, eliminate the expenditures for bond principal. Well, that's easy. How do you eliminate expenditures? You credit the expenditure for bond principal, but instead of bond principal, it's called principal, comma, debt service for 1.2 million. And please tell me this is not another net position thing. Fresh date. Wait a minute. Principal debt service. Is it bonds payable again? Wait a minute. No, that can't be right. I looked at the answer. It's bonds payable. How? Okay, you decrease bonds payable. And decrease principal debt service. I might have to go over this another time before I do it again. Accrue interest. Okay, so I remember this. It's not interest expense. What is it called? What do you call it instead of interest expense? Do you just call it? Come on. It's one of these accounts. It's literally all the accounts I need are right here. I just need to pick one. Pick the correct one. Will normally be interest expense and interest payable. Oh, bond interest payable. I found bond interest payable. So where's interest expense instead? What do I do instead of interest expense? Would it be interest debt service? So interest debt service and bond interest payable. Oh, yeah, I did it. That's the trick to this, actually, is you know that all of your accounts are here. You just need to pick the correct one. Unless it's not on the test, which would suck. Okay. But how could you even do the question without having it? That's the thing. Some of these questions don't give you the number. You have to go look for the number in the column. So, anyways. Look, number 8. Adjust interest accrued in the prior. Oh. Funny how I can't hear it. Do you eliminate the expenditure? Because aren't you supposed to eliminate all the expenditures? No. I have no freaking clue how to do 8, so I'm just looking for the answer. Net position and interest debt service.
decreased net position. And so interest debt service is like the replacement for interest expense. And if you're crediting an expense, that means you're deleting an expense, right? And interest debt service is listed under expenditures / expenses. So, if you're crediting an expense, that means you're eliminating it. Interest debt service and net position is decreased. Number 9, the bond premium amortization during the year was $15,000. That's easy. I know how to do this. You debit bond premium, credit bonds payable. No, come on. I mean, I probably should have just known that anyways, because it's from... What? Why are you debiting interest debt service again? I mean, crediting it, not debiting. But you're decreasing it. Because that decreases it, right? It's listed, interest debt service is listed as a debit or an expense. So if you credit it, then it decreases. Number 10 and 11 are similar. And they're like opposites. And one of them is net position. Let me just look. No, don't look. Because I feel like whenever there are two things that are opposites, one thing is the opposite of the other one, and then the other one is net position, because that's how it works. I might literally make myself angry. Oh, wait a minute, I was going to make fish. Well, that's lame. Wait, I specifically decided not to make fish early because there was only 3 left, and it would have taken too much effort to make 3 fish, because that's barely anything. If you're doing the current year, that means
you increase the taxes receivable, right? Do you increase the taxes receivable and increase the unavailable tax revenue or something like that? So actually, instead of, you don't increase taxes receivable, you increase property tax revenue, because you're crediting the revenue, which means you're increasing it. Increase property tax. Also, why is it property tax? It doesn't even specify what type of tax. It just says accounts receivable. What the heck? You're just supposed to know from accounts receivable that it's property tax? That's dumb. Wait a minute. So property tax revenue. They also have sales tax revenue. How are you supposed to know which one? What? They didn't tell you it was property tax. What the heck? Also, they're calling it tax instead of taxes. Sometimes they don't know whether to say taxes or tax. And then 11 is the exact opposite, somehow. But which account stays the same and which one is not the same? I don't remember. The property tax revenue stayed the same, and the net position was the difference. Ooh, funny! Number 12. Accumulation of compensated absences during this fiscal year. And this is the only freaking time when they actually use the word expense. I don't know why. Compensated absences expense and compensated absences payable. And then eliminate the interfund transfers between the governmental funds. So they just did interfund transfers in and interfund transfers out. No, they just did transfers in and transfers out, but which one was which? Hey, it's logical because think about it. A transfer in is kind of like a revenue, and to eliminate a revenue, you debit it. So transfer in, debit, and transfer out, credit. That was fun. I just went through it all, and I wasn't able to answer all of them correctly there, so I have to go through it again. Oh. Do I really need to study it this much? Like, if I can literally get 100% on this section, is that like a third of the test? Like, that's 30% right there. And if I can somehow get 2/3 of the multiple choice, I wouldn't even need to study the middle section. I would already have 50%. And yes, that's what I'm aiming for on this test, a 50. Dude, this one kid, why did I call him a kid? This one guy in my class said he got like a 39 out of 90, or like a 39 out of 80, I can't remember which, but he got less than a 50% on a law test. Like, what? But how on earth did he convince the professor to let him retake it? He said he had some kind of arrangement. I don't remember what it was. But how did he convince his professor for that arrangement, like, that was fun. Man, I don't feel like going through this again. It's just rote memorization right now. It's just rote memorization. I wonder if the middle section is going to be as easy as this, because it's not. There's a few parts of the middle section that are not. But guess freaking what? I can just select and choose the easy questions to study. No, I could be screwed because he's only going to include one fund. And what if it's the wrong one? I could be completely screwed. Dude, what if I literally only studied like half of them and just hoped that one of them was on there? This is not good. Like, some kids are probably going to get a 0 on the middle section because... I don't know. Now I'm very worried about the fact that he's only going to include one fund. Because if it's one fund that I suck at, then I'm screwed. I'm totally screwed. Also, I might be screwed on the multiple choice because I didn't read the textbook. Oh, man. Maybe... I might go through some smart book assignments to try to study them for the multiple choice. I don't know. I wish there was like summarized concepts or something. Great. You know, maybe what I'll do for dinner. I probably should have just done this. Because I chose not to make fish because there was only 3 fish. And it would have taken so much effort just to make 3 fish. Well, what I could just do instead... Well, I don't know, because... I was just saying maybe I'll make fish and fries. Because I literally just made fries for lunch. But in order to make dinner, I could make fish and then some fries as well. That was funny. Because I only eat foods that are unhealthy for you. Well, fish is not unhealthy. Except for like the breaded fish, so it's probably not that healthy. That was funny. Oh, funny, I stopped the song in the middle of a good part. Wow, you just called that part of the song good? And also, whatever happened to the problem of whenever I let OBS run for 3 hours, it freezes up my computer? Was that a problem for several months, if not years, and now it's not a problem anymore? Just wondering that.
That was funny. That was funny. Everything is funny. Oh. That was funny. Jeez. capital assets, accumulated depreciation, net position. Okay, capital expenditures is going to be capital assets, capital outlays. Oh, come on, why does it say outlay? I thought it was outlays. Where did I get the idea it was capital outlays? Anyways, it's capital outlay. Oh, jeez. Record depreciation expense. Okay, so they don't call it depreciation expense. They call it depreciation and accumulated depreciation. 5. Now, these are the ones I was having trouble with a lot. Number 5, the balance of all outstanding general obligation bonds was $18 million at the beginning of the year. Increase bonds payable. And then what's the debit? What's the debit? That's the question. Was it net position? Was it net position for number 5? Yep, it was. Bonds payable, or net position, bonds payable. So, close one. I just remembered it because stuff's, I don't know. Eliminate the other. Okay, that was the balance of all outstanding general obligation bonds. Eliminate the other financing resources generated from the issuance of bonds during the current period. Bond proceeds, premium on bonds, bonds payable, bond premium. Number 6, eliminate the expenditures for bond principal. Okay. Bond principal is an expenditure. And if you're going to eliminate the expenditure, you're going to credit bond principal. Nope, it's not bond principal. It's called principal debt service. And then what's the debit? What's the debit? For number 6, that's the question. What is it? Because you're crediting principal debt service. So what's the debit? I don't know. How do I not know? I should know. It's not net position because that was number 5. So what is it? Wait, so I think you increase an asset or something. It's one of the accounts on here. No, you don't increase an asset. You increase something. Well, it's a debt. Because you're crediting something, so now you need to debit. That's another thing. What do you debit? It's not net position, I remember. It can't be net. Oops. Oh, it may have been bond payable because you're... Okay, so bonds payable is bond payable, principal debt service. Yes, I got it. What do you know? Number 7, accrue interest in the amount of $492,000. So it's not interest expense. It's called bond interest, right? Nope, it's called interest debt service. So interest debt service. Interest. Payable? Bond interest payable.
So interest, debt service, bond interest payable. Boom, I got it. Stop saying boom. That was fun. Adjust interest accrued in the prior year government-wide statements. Reported as an expenditure in the current year's fund financial statements. And does that mean eliminate the expenditure, basically? That was fun. Well, if you eliminate the expenditure, that means you're going to credit interest. You're going to credit interest debt service. So debit is what? Net position. My head hurts. I got the credit correct. Debit was net position sometime. So it's just net position. Yeah. Number 9, the bond premium amortization. I know how to do bond premium amortization. Debit bond premium. So bond premium, and then is it bonds payable? I don't remember, dude. Or is it interest debts? Principal debt service. Oh, it's interest debt service. The interest debt service decreases. Gosh. Dude, imagine if it's just an exact copy except different numbers. Deferral of current year's accounts receivable. And also, for some reason, they say accounts receivable, and then the answer has property taxes. Why? I don't know. Because if you look at the tax, if you look at this, the revenues, there's property tax revenue and sales tax revenue. So what the heck? There's even some other stuff. Obviously, there's lots of different revenues. What's that? Why is it property tax revenue? Anyways, deferral of current year's accounts receivable. So for the current year deferral, apparently you increase property tax revenue, and then there's unavailable property tax. That's fine. Unavailable property taxes. And then the other one is the reverse. You debit property tax revenue, and then the other one? Let me guess. Is it net position? Yes. Because sometimes life is life. 12. Recognize the accumulation of civil taxes. Like, how come I have to go through this so many times? It's because I don't even understand half of it. So I basically just have to resort to rote memorization. I wish I knew. That. basement, absence of expense, something, items are payable. Transfers in, transfers out. Gosh, I hate going through this. I might skip some of these because I already know what to do for them. Number 2, capital assets, capital outlay. Number 3, depreciation, accumulated depreciation. Eliminate the other finance. Oh, number 5, actually. Moving out of order. I could have just switched the order myself. Whatever. Hey, what? It was here. Right? Okay. Number 5, the balance of all outstanding general obligation bonds was $18 million at the beginning of the year. Net position, bonds payable. Number 4, easy stuff. You just do bond proceeds, premium on bonds, and bonds payable, bond premium. Number 6, eliminate the expenditures for bond principal. Well, we have principal debt service is going to be credited. So what's the debit? Is it bond payable? Bonds payable? Yes, it was bonds payable. Number 7, accrue interest. So instead of interest expense, it's actually going to be interest debt service. And then bond interest expense, interest payable, so it's going to be interest, not interest payable. It's going to be bond interest payable for all seasons. Number 8, adjust interest accrued in prior year government-wide statements but recorded as an expenditure in the current year's fund financial statements of $270,000. Now I'm trying to remember which ones have the net position and which ones are not the net position. But I think, so if you eliminate the expenditure for the interest debt service, therefore you're crediting interest debt service. And the only other option, well, it's not the only other option. Would you say interest payable? Oh wait. Would you eliminate the bond interest payable? Please, that would be logical, you would think. No, it's not. It's net position. Like, of course! Why? Okay. No, it's net position. The net position. Stop. Just casually 4 hours of studying, although it's not like I studied the whole time. Number 9, the bond premium amortization. You debit bond premium, and credit, interest, debt service. Number 10, adjust for the deferral. Okay, so the adjusting for the deferral of current year's accounts receivable, and then for the prior years. For the current years, for some reason, instead of accounts receivable, they do property tax. Okay, well, because property tax receivable is like, or accounts receivable, kind of, but why would they choose property tax? I don't understand. Too bad. Somehow, too bad. It's just gonna be unavailable property taxes and cap property tax revenue. Oh, so it's taxes and then it's tax. Funny. So, number 11 was property tax revenue, net position. And then number 12, compensate absences expense, compensate absences payable. And then number 13 was interfund transfers, transfers in, transfers out. And then there was only a couple of these that weird. It's like the middle of this that I'm just not sure about. So eliminate the expenditures for shares for bond principal. So principal is going to be the credit. Bonds payable. Number 7, accrue interest. Interest, debt service. Interest, debt service. Instead of interest, it's bond interest payable. And then number 8 is the net position one again. So net position and interest, debt payable. No, not debt payable. Debt service. Gosh dang. I went and interest. Okay, amortization is going to be bond premium and then interest, debt service. And then number 10, well, I think I got this already, right? It was unavailable property taxes, property tax revenue, net position. Well, I guess we got it now. Well, what I'm going to do is I just need, okay. Oh yeah, you know what? I don't need any of these papers at all. Fun. What I'm going to do is one last thing that I need to do to study this, which is to do the entire thing by myself without looking at the answers. And if I'm able to do that, then I'm done studying the section. Now, I could just stop studying right now and probably get away with it, but no. I'm going to study this in detail so that I make sure I get 100%, because this might be the only section I get 100% on, and in fact, I might get a 0% on the other sections. So, yeah. I may as well just learn one section really well so that I guarantee that I'm getting a good grade on that section. But it's going to be kind of a pain to set up the thing because he doesn't have a solution sheet set up already. I have to take the existing solution sheet and delete a bunch of stuff off of it. So, that's funny.
Okay, do not save this at any point. Oh, it doesn't matter. I can just re-download it if I accidentally save it. Well, I'm in the middle of deleting all this stuff. So, yep. Goodbye. Well, I don't have to delete the... I mean... numbers. I'll leave the numbers. Oh, look at that. It deleted all that stuff for me. Oh, you know what? Dude, what? Dude, is it gonna delete the... Okay, I actually do need to delete all these because... it better have deleted all the formulas. Dude, what? Like, all these numbers should not be here. What on earth? Oh, never mind. All these can stay. They will automatically fix themselves at the end. So... now I will save as... so that should be good. I just gotta do this one time. Why'd I put all of them here? I want the text one in front of me. I mean, one of the questions. There. Unfortunately, holy crap! It even does have it here. It does have the accounts. I didn't even know that. This is going to be almost exactly the same as the test. Cap. I literally, and also for these, I don't even have to read them. I can kind of just remember a bunch of these. Capital assets, cumulative depreciation, net position. Oh, what? I can't scroll? That's annoying. Capital assets. 98, 850, 000. This is gonna take forever. I hope he doesn't have 13 adjustments on the test. That's gonna take way too long. And he's not going to allow us extra time because apparently we have to get out of that room at exactly 10:45 because there's probably like another class in there before then or something, or after that. Wow, that was fun. I mean, can't we stay in there until for at least an extra 5 minutes or something? Because what isn't the next class in that classroom at 11? So there's 15 minutes gap in between there. 44,700 equals this minus this. Number 2.
There's going to be gaps in between. Eliminate capital expenditures during the current period. Capital assets. Capital outlay. And the capital outlay is listed at 8,697, 150. Oh, come on. Why did I save it as blank? It's not going to be blank at the end of this. It's going to be exact. Oh, jeez. 3. Depreciation expense. It's going to be actually depreciation. Dude, imagine if he puts depreciation expense. Okay. Accumulated depreciation. So it's going to be 8,625. Number 5. Of course it's a report. I already remember that it's a net position, but I should just read it to reinforce it, because it might not be the same number on the exam. The balance of all outstanding general obligation bonds was this much at the beginning of the year. Net position. I could just type NET. Really? Autofill? Come on, man, you can't autofill. Stupid. Net position. Bonds payable. And the amount is 18 million. Number 4. Eliminate the other financing resources generated from the issuance of bonds during the current period. There is going to be bonds. I literally just go down here. Bond proceeds, premium on bonds. Premium. Gosh dang it. And then it's going to be bonds payable, bonds premium. And I don't even have to remember where there's an S. So anyways. Bond proceeds 6,300,000. Number 6. That was funny. I already did tomorrow's auditing reading, so therefore I have even more time to study for stuff tomorrow. That was funny. You know what's going to happen? I'm probably going to sleep until like 9:45 and then not even have time to study. Well, I wonder how much a day of studying the middle section is going to do. How much good that's going to do. It could do literally no good, because if I study the wrong sections, then I'm screwed. I mean, I don't have a choice. I have to study all the sections. Like, man. And there's something to do with, you have to figure out what type of accounting you have to do. Like, you literally have to decide, are you doing... Is that what he means by that, though? Like, does he mean choose between full accrual and modified accrual? for each fund, I mean, that shouldn't be that hard because we have that one chart that delineates everything. It's not explicitly stated in the answer key, but eliminate the expenditures for bond principal. If you eliminate expenditures, that means you're going to credit bond principal, but it's actually going to be principal debt service. And now I have to figure out what this is. Oh, I remember it's bonds payable. So, number 6, principal debt service, 1-200-000. 7, accrue interest in the amount of this. It's not interest expense, it's interest debt service. And then it's not interest payable, it's bond interest payable. Oh, come on. Oh. So... And then I remember number 8 has net position. I'm literally memorizing it based on the number. Adjust interest accrued. Uh-oh. Something just snapped in my ruler. Crap. That's not good. That part of my ruler just got less snappy. Gosh dang it. Adjust interest accrued in the prior year government-wide statements, but recorded as an expenditure in the current year's funds financial statements of $270,000. So, again, I guess it's net position here. This is fun. Like, I seriously do not understand how you come up with net position for some of these. Like, I understand that it's kind of like stockholders' equity or something, but you're literally just directly influencing stockholders' equity. Like, that's not usually how it works in regular accounting. No, that was funny. 8. Interest debt service. Number 9. And I remember number 9 had interest debt service here. Of course. The bond premium amortization. So easy, bond premium here. And then somehow it's interest debt service here. Somehow, because I don't understand it fully. Number 10. And now I remember the number 10 and 11 when I don't even need to look at the question, but I'll look at the question. Adjust for the deferral of current year's accounts receivable not available at year end, totaling $41,250. Unavailable. Oh, come on. Why can't I just fill it in? Come on. Unavailable property taxes. I don't even need to remember the rest of it. Property tax revenue. I wonder if he's going to put up some extra accounts that will not be used. That would be fun. Property tax. 41,250. 41,250. And then I already remember this one's property tax revenue and this one's net position. Well, read the question and then answer. What the? What did I just do? I don't know what just happened there. Okay. Oh, I think I accidentally moved the formula for one cell up. or something. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Adjust for the referral of the prior year's accounts receivable not available at the year end, totaling $301,500. It's going to be property tax revenue and net position yet again. Weird. Just weird. $31,500. Recognize the accumulation of compensated balances compensated absences during this fiscal year totaling this amount. Compensated absences expense. Compensated absences payable. Did I just do it again? Why? Stop. It's way too easy to do that. Number 13. Eliminate the interfund transfers between the governmental funds totaling $2.8 million. Transfers in. Transfers out. And I even was able to rationalize it logically because you're eliminating. Transfers in is basically like a revenue. Transfers out is basically like an expense. To eliminate a revenue, you debit the revenue, and to eliminate the expense, you credit the expense. That was 128150502815050. Now, have I done it correctly? That'd be hilarious if I forgot some of this stuff because I studied it 2 days in advance instead of 1 day in advance. I might kind of look it over. Probably not. But yeah, there's a very good chance I get a 0 on the middle section of the test. Is he going to make that one weighted way more than the rest of it? That would suck. That would really, really suck. I wish he didn't just do one thing. I mean, I guess it's good because that gives us plenty of time to complete the test, but... I should have gotten all these right. Number 1, capital assets, accumulated depreciation, net position, that number, that number, that number. Number 2, capital assets, capital outlay, that number, and that number. Number 3, depreciation, accumulated depreciation. Number 5, net position and bonds payable. Number 4, bond proceeds, premium on bonds, bonds payable, bond premium. Number 6, bonds payable, principal debt service. Number 7, interest debt service, bond interest payable. Number 8, net position, interest debt service. Number 9, bond premium, interest debt service. Number 10, unavailable property taxes, property tax revenue. Number 11, property tax revenue, net position. Number 12, compensated absences expense, compensated absence payable. Number 13, transfers in, transfers out. So now I have to do this second part. So, can I do that? That was fun. It's very simple. You just transfer all the numbers over to there. Why is this one messed up? Okay, capital assets, there are two of them. You just have this one and this one. Capital assets. Capital assets is here. Debits equals this plus this. Accumulated depreciation. Do we only have two of them there? Accumulated depreciation. Yeah, I think that's it. So we just have credits for accumulated depreciation. Where's that? Accumulated depreciation would go under credits. So we'll go to here and equals this plus this is going to be like 50 something. And then net position, we're going to have some stuff. So first of all, credit net position. Credit for net position is going to be this. Net position, net position, net position plus this. And we're going to have a debit to net position. Maybe even more than one. Yes, there's in fact two. We have finished net position. Now we've only done 3. We have so many more. Capital outlay, there's only 1. So capital outlay is going to be credited. Dude, imagine if he automatically puts it in for you. Like, it just automatically transfers the stuff from here to here. No, I'm pretty sure he's going to make us put all this stuff in here, right? That would be way too easy. So, compensated, well, actually, I'm doing it in order of this stuff here. So, we did capital outlay, now we need depreciation. There's only one depreciation here, right? That's it. So, depreciation of this goes under here. Here. Okay, and now accumulated depreciation. Did we already do that one? Yes, we did. Net position did. Bonds payable. We have a bunch of stuff for bonds payable. So where's bonds payable? It's going to be... Gosh dang it. Credits. So equals... So first we'll do the credits. This, and then plus this, and then we have a debit equals
bonds payable, this, and that's it. So save. So we've now done bonds payable. Wait just a minute here. Okay, now we're on to bond proceeds, and I think there's only one debit to bond proceeds, and that's it. So we have 6 million debit to bond proceeds. Man, this is so tedious. Oh, where's it? And then premium on bonds is 300,000. I could just not even do the equals thing. Premium on bonds. And then we already did bonds payable. Bond premium, we're actually going to have some stuff on that, right? So first we have a credit, bonds premium. And then that's it for the credits. Do we have any debit? I think we may have one debit. So bond premium, debit 15,000. So now we are on to, we already did bonds payable, principal debt service. And there's only one principal debt service, 1.2 million credit. And then now we're on to interest debt service, which is going to have a million things. So, in fact, 3. And one of them is debit and 2 of them are credit. Interest debt service, debit 492,000. This credit is going to be equal to this plus this. Bond interest payable. There's only one bond interest payable for 492,000 credit. Then it's net position, interest debt service, bond premium. Did we already do bond premium? Yes. Interest debt service, unavailable property taxes, 41,250. Debit. Property tax revenue, 41,250 credit. 41,250 credit. And then debit is 31,500. And then compensated absences expense, 59,250. $59,250. And then compensated absences payable, 59,250. And then transfers in and transfers out. we're literally just going to eliminate them. Transfers in is that number. Transfers out. Okay, and that's all of those. And they've already added a bunch of stuff for us. I don't know if I want them to do that. Wait, never mind. They didn't add anything. I'm stupid. All you do is just add them up. Wait just a second. Wait just a sec. Now this is... Don't you just add up the total debits and credits and put it right here in these two boxes here? Probably, yeah. Right? So, why would you bother with that, though? Is that really necessary? Whoops. Wasn't I supposed to delete that formula? I wonder if he's going to have some of these formulas in here. Oh. What? Why is there nothing in here? There should be something in here. How come it's literally 0 here? What the heck? How come they balance out exactly? Oh. Well, I'm pretty sure what I was supposed to do is add up all this to here. So, equals sum, and then just go all the way down. And there's not that much, you just start here. Feels weird. I feel like I'm getting different numbers. Did I start at the wrong place? Wait, hold on a second. No, I didn't. And this equals this plus this Is that like just a thing to check to see if you did everything correctly? Because they're exactly equal again. Now, the internal service fund stuff, which is gonna be fun. And if I can get this, that's all. The only thing I have left is to put in the internal service fund information. And when I'm done with that, now there's one really confusing part of it that I have to remember. But if I remember that and I remember everything else, then I will have done this entire thing correctly without looking at the answers. I think. Yes. I did not look at the answers once. Which means I theoretically should be able to get 100% on this section if I do this second part right and I double check and see that all these numbers are correct. And that will mean that I have completed a grand total of... I deleted it? Come on. Well, I didn't delete it, I just closed it. That will mean I have completed... Well, I didn't really calculate this correctly because there's 13 questions, but there's also putting all the stuff in the chart, which is another ordeal. That was funny. But technically speaking, I've only completed 13 out of 76 questions. So I need to do 63 more questions for the middle part of the test. But in reality, there could only be like 5 questions on the actual test. And it could be 5 questions I'm not familiar with. So, okay. Whoops. But I would think that I'd be able to do this internal service fund pretty quickly, and it would only have taken me a grand total of 5 hours to study that section of the test. Yep. 5 hours to study the 13 when tomorrow I need to study the 63. So yeah. Except it won't be nearly as much work for each question because it won't have to involve this whole chart thing. Like, it'll just mainly be all this stuff over here, but for a few of them, it will involve a few extra calculations, which I might not be able to do, because, dang it. I wonder if oh no, you know what, I think he might have some of his calculations in Excel, so even, I might not get completely stuck there. Hopefully he has his, like, math in the answer key. That was funny. That was funny. Oh, wait, that's right. I did print off that form so I don't have to switch between windows. Okay. So. So, we have. Just copy all the stuff off of here, basically. Well, not all of it. It's just going to be the cash is going to be $79.60. Right? Oh, please tell me I know what I'm doing. I'm debiting it, right? Come on. Like, imagine if I do exactly the opposite. No, I'm pretty sure I debit. Dude, come on. Right? That's what the directions say. Let's see, what does it say? All of it was derived from transactions with Purple County. Okay, so we have $79.60. Then we have due from government funds. Okay, so that's the weird one. That's like $4,800 for both debit and credit. So let's just hope that's how you're supposed to do it. Due from enterprise funds, $12,000, and inventory $51,060. Total. Okay, so this. Now what do I do? Oh, actually, what I'm supposed to do is capital assets is going to be equal to. This is fun. So for capital assets, I go like this. This plus this plus equipment, enter. And then do I have to put a total at the bottom? I don't remember. I don't think I do. Okay, that's it for those. And then liabilities. We don't go to expenditures. Oh, so but we do something here. So we actually take the 1420 and divide it by 2, because it says reduce the governmental fund expenses by the internal service fund's net operating profit. The public safety and highways and streets functions were each responsible for 50% of the transactions. Okay. Reduce the governmental expenses. If you're reducing an expense, that means you're going to credit the expense. Therefore, you credit public safety. Where are my directions? Why don't I just have my directions in front of me? What am I doing? Where did I put it? I put it over here. Like, dang it, that's 2 sheets of paper here. It's public safety and highways and streets, divided equally between the 1420 operating income. Wait a minute. Net operating profit. They don't even call it net operating profit. They call it operating income. Okay, anyways. 1420 divided by 2, and then 710 again. So that's that. And I don't think we do anything else with the expenses. We just go down to credits and go with the accounts payable here, credit. Accounts payable 36,750, and then due to enterprise funds loan 22,500, and that's it. No, yes, that's it. Nothing to do with net position. And then there's some weird things I have to do at the bottom. Now, what do I think and do? Okay, it was so freaking weird. I don't even remember what I was supposed to do here. Now, why is there an extra line right here? Because I remember there was like two numbers here. They were literally the same, but they were different calculations. Oh, never mind. Man, how... Change in net position. Now that's where the 1420 came from. I remember you had to add 1420. I mean, that's got to be here, right? 1420 plus 4,800. And then there was one where it literally got the same exact number, but with a different calculation. Oh, I don't remember. Credit net position. And I think they took the ending net position for this one. 191, 170. Oh man, I don't remember. Oh wait, I'm such a moron. It was literally just this number. Okay. Because this is the only debit in this entire thing. Because they're not including these debits? What on earth? Wait a minute. What on earth is going on here? What they're not including all these debits up here? Wait a minute. I wonder if these are all supposed to be credits. That can't be. That cannot be. Plus, they didn't include the 4,800. Why on earth would you only add up this number, not all these debits up here? These are all debits. Why is this total only this number? And then this one is actually going to end up being... Are you going to also add these? I mean, there's a bunch of credits. Do you just add all the credits? I don't know what this is. Okay, well, we have total debits and total credits. Where's the total debits? Oh, I think we were supposed to add up total debits here. Right? We're supposed to add up the debits on this side. I think. To make everything simpler. So equals sum. That's why now. I know now. So equals. There's only 2 numbers, or 3. Well, that's funny how that ended up like that. I wonder if that's where we got all the credits. Equals well, kill myself. Oh, that was funny. These are supposed to add up to the same number. Aren't they? Oh no. Well, time to check. Let's see if they added up to the same number or not. They did. Gosh dang it. How? How's... Oh. What did I miss? I missed something. I missed 100,000 something. Where is that? Accumulated depreciation. How did I miss accumulated depreciation? Okay, that's pretty easy to see. I accidentally skipped over accumulated depreciation, so now I should get the right answer. Okay, so equals 66,000 plus 44,400. Okay, now everything should, well, not exactly. Well, yep, it just automatically fixed itself by doing that. Okay then. So I think the bottom numbers are all correct. So I'll just look through all these. Gosh dang it, I have to check every single stinking number. We'll just do one column at a time. 4, 59, 86, 116, 1.2, 15, 41, 250, 35, and then 2, 6, 3, 18, 28. And then this column we have 1.2, 285, 86, 28, 12, 53, 24, 300, 492, 59, 41, 54, 132. And then this side, go down. And I want to see how he calculated that 62, 220. That's kind of a weird thing they did down there. I already looked at it, but 6. Okay, so I should, and I could even check all these numbers, but why could I be bothered with that? So the only thing I messed up was I forgot accumulated depreciation. That's the only mistake I made. But other than that, I'm not doing the whole thing again just because of that one mistake. So I should be fine. Just don't forget accumulated depreciation. Now we'll open the other one just to see what his calculation was for that one number, which I'm still very confused by. So he literally just took 1420 plus 4800. Like, where? Why? Just why? I don't understand. I'm not sure where those numbers are coming from. Like, I see there's a 1420 over here and a 4800 here, but why is that the case that you do that? Hopefully, I mean, if I literally just miss this one number on the test, it's not that big a deal. Although it kind of is a big deal because my entire grade on this test actually kind of does rely on this one section because I'm for sure going to do really badly on the middle section. And the first section is pretty variable. Like, I could probably the lowest possible score based on probability alone is getting a 25% on the first section because it's going to be multiple choice, unless he has more than 4 options for each question, or maybe he'll have less than 3 options. But at the same time, I could get unlucky because there might be a very low number of questions. The lower number of questions, the higher volatility that is possible in terms of probability. That was funny. So, in 5 hours and 6 minutes, I was able to study the third section of the test. Good job. Now I have to study the second section of this test, which is extremely way more stuff. Wow. That was funny, and do you think I'm really going to do it now? No, I don't feel like it. So, that was funny. So, how much can I really do in one day tomorrow? That was funny.